Hello, Jonathan. How are you? I hope we do have sound. Yeah, we do. So I guess the only thing missing. Uh-huh. Jesus. Okay. What if I do it like this? Test, test, test. Okay. So does it? Okay. It seems that we have sound, we have everything, so all I can do now is say welcome to the stream. We are not doing anything special tonight. I'm still gathering some strength for tomorrow, because tomorrow I'll have to start working on the Marozzi bind. I would like to finish that series so we can do a review of the entire repertoire to see maybe if it can be playable for us busy people who don't have much time to study. So if you want to play against me, if you want to analyze some game, if you want me to talk about some topic, you just make a comment in the chat and I'll do it immediately. Until then, well, let's try to play some games to see just how bad I am. We'll play rapid 10-minute games so I can commentate and we'll see how it will go from there. Okay, C4. Okay, we have somebody who likes to transpose, who likes to play transpositional tricks. We'll play C6 and he should play E4 if he wants to transpose to some. Oh wow, this guy is actually really good. From India, huh? Nothing much. Okay. He might try Queen A4. Magnus played it against Sam Shankland in a recent tournament a couple of months ago. E3, okay, D5. This is some transpositional player who would like to transpose, but we're not gonna allow him that. We play some sort of Slav defense where his setup is not very precise. If I manage to get the bishop f5, I would probably solve all of my opening problems. queen c2, so he doesn't allow it. But okay, we do have g6. We do have g6. I'll try to play it. He'll probably play bishop d3. I will take, or even play bishop e6. No, we can take and play bishop f5 at some point. There is no need to hurry. There is no need to rush. Maybe I could have played e6 as well. Bishop g7. We want to castle first because these squares will be very weak if he takes on d5. We need to take back with the pawn, and I would like to first castle because d takes c5 doesn't escape from me, especially because his queen is on c2. So if he plays c5, I play b6 at some point. He doesn't have, b4, a5, a3 because his rook will be pinned. Okay, castles. And now he might be just slightly late. Let's see, he might play knight c3, at which point we might play bishop e6 actually. He might try bishop g5, trying to destroy my pawn structure, but if I take, he takes the bishop, I take the bishop, he takes the queen, I take the queen, but this knight will be here, so then I have nothing. He will have bishop b7. Okay, he castled. Time to take. And okay, bishop e6. 1, 2, 3, 4 developed pieces. He has 4 developed pieces. Okay, so I don't even have development advantage at the moment, but it's okay. Queen b4. Queen c7. What happens? How do I exploit this? If I play knight d5, he takes, I play knight b6. Next is bishop c8 and his queen falls. So how would he prevent it? Knight d5, I can take. So how does he prevent? He can't. So knight d5, what will he play? Queen, we take this guy and then, yeah, he must lose the queen. Definitely must lose the queen. Okay, I'll try it. It doesn't matter. It's online chess and it will be fun. Knight d5, if he takes on b7, we have knight b6. And okay, let's try it like this. Knight b7, knight b6. If he takes he cannot take the rook. Okay, great. So he gave up on that plan. So he might try to play e4, which is fine. It's a good move. So let's see how can we stop e4. If I play queen b6, won't help. What about f5? I weakened too many squares. He has knight g5 then. But on e4, can I simply play it's very hard. Bishop g4, what do you play next? e4, take, knight f6, no, not yet. He will have to, or on the other hand, can I, pardon, he just takes, okay. Where do we go from here? Knight d7, he has knight g5. And it's not so simple. You know what? Ugly move, but I would like to play it. Now he doesn't have e4. He doesn't have e4 and g5 square is covered, so knight g5 is no longer an option for my opponent. Queen d2. What about now? What do you try to play? Okay, let us try knight d7. Because now we have finished our development on e4. We simply take, or actually we don't have to take. We can play knight to f4. Maybe this was imprecise on my side, knight d7. We'll see after the game. Knight b4. Okay, this bishop will probably be exchanged. So we'll have to see what will my opponent play. Okay, take with the queen. Does f5 work for us? I mean, knight d5, a5. He does have a3, and on this move e4. So we need to make this work. On knight b6, we go here on e4, we hit the queen with knight b6, and we get back the bishop to g7, to g7. So let's see, we have all our pieces developed. He has his queen side practically dead. So we need to start opening up the game. Bishop on g7. We are planning to play e5. We need to open up the game somehow. So if I was him, I would play maybe rook d1 to stop e5, because then my opponent plays really well. So he will play e4 next, and that is just fine right now. So on e4, what do we play? Okay, queen b6. Queen b6, the position is closed. He cannot attack my pieces yet. He'll probably have e4, but on knight f6, the e4 pawn will be under attack, and after, after rook f8 and putting rooks on these files, his center might be under pressure. So we need to figure out how to open up the game advantageously. Bad move. He just weakened the b4 square, and will play, let's see, if I play rook e8, I'll play rook e8. He's trying to play something like this, and on my e5 he'll have knight c4 next, hitting the pawn. Okay, what then? We'll have d5, but I will have the center of the board for myself. How do we exploit everything on in this position? Do we play e5? Takes rook e5, bishop f4 with tempo. Not the best. How do we exploit all this? Rook a8, bishop f4. On the other hand, knight f8, knight e6, and rook a d8 could put pressure on this d4 pawn. Which is actually not so bad. But how do we make him suffer? Take, and we don't achieve much. 3 minutes on my clock. Knight d6. There is nothing I can do at the moment. This. Okay. Rook e8 is the move I'll play. And I'll try to maneuver like this and go for the b4 square. I don't have anything else at the moment that works for me. Okay. Bishop e3. Very well, sir. You explained exactly what you want to play. You showed it. And what can I do? Nothing. Okay. Queen needs to go somewhere. Okay. Knight g5. What is your threat? You don't have anything yet. And here we have knight d5. Take. Okay, and his queen will come to b3. Okay, at the moment we'll just go like this. I don't think he has anything with knight f7 yet. Queen b3. We do have, nothing yet. So it's time to see if we can loosen some structures. Here, knight b6, knight c4, no, knight e8. And we are heading for d6 and then maybe c4. h4, h5. He'll go knight g5 now. It's an expected move, but we might have queen c4. No, we don't. Okay, knight f6, then he has e5. Okay, let's see. e5, how do I defend? I don't. e5, knight g4 takes, you have nothing. So we'll just go with the bishop. And on e5, we'll simply take, he'll take. And what can we play now? e6. Okay. So on this move, he has knight e6 sacrifice if I allow it. So we'll play it like this, and then e6. So when he takes on e6, we can take with the knight or even with the pawn, but everything will be defended. He'll probably play e6. Queen b3, okay, we play e6 now. And we have protected everything. Now this knight goes to f5. And our queen, okay, knight e4, he doesn't allow it. Let's see. He doesn't allow it, but okay. Does he have knight e6? He shouldn't. So knight c5 is next. Knight c5, knight f6. He is standing way better here. Rook d5. What will he play? Queen a7. Okay, let's see. He does have queen f3 at his disposal. Rook ac8. We misplayed it somehow, so now he needs to show something for his play. Queen e3, okay. Rook on d7, or maybe rook c7 is more precise. So when he plays something like this, we have f7 protected. Rook d2. Okay, we are going to attack this point. And now I ask you, my friend, what is your next plan? d4 is a weakness. Rook c3. Let's see what else can we play. Knight h7. e6 and g6 are now not under pressure, and if I exchange at least one pair of knights, I'll have much easier time defending. All right. So he has this move, king g7. It becomes g4. All right, I'll take it. Should I take it? Rook d4, he has this move. Time trouble, yeah. So how do you attack here? He has h5, king g7, king g8, king g7, okay. Let him attack, forget about it. 14 seconds, it's about blitz now. From now on it's blitz. h5, rook d4, he has h6. We'll take it. And he very well played, sir. Incredibly strong opponent. Let's analyze the game. Very well played, sir. He outplayed me really well. 23-46. Really well played, sir. Whoever you are, if you are watching, my congrats to you. You should have won. You should have won. What's this? Yeah, I will. If only I can. Jesus Christ. Yeah, and let's send the guy a message and be honest about it. What? Yeah, you should have won. You should have won. Well played, and let's give him another message. Give credit where credit is due. I don't know who is this person, but he really played well, and I would really like to see what was my mistake. C6, okay. Queen C2, G6. Yeah, I remember that this was the strongest plan, and now he plays bishop knight F3, bishop G7. We explained why. I want to dodge something like this. And just for an example, something like this. This is the setup that white is trying to make. This knight on e5, bishop here, this queen goes to a4, and he has tremendous pressure along this diagonal on the king. So by playing slowly, black actually castles and bypasses all that problems, but he now needs to find a place for his light square bishop. And I forgot how to play this. What was the plan? Castles, maybe even bishop g4, giving up the bishop pair, because we have a lot of a lot of pawns on the light squares. We won't be needing the light squared bishop that much. We just need to figure out how to play the endgame, because in the endgame that white bishop will be strong indeed. So, okay, knight a6. Knight a6 is an interesting idea. Computer suggests knight a6, so we threaten knight b4, hitting both of these pieces, the queen and the bishop, and then we get the white bishop, which is great for us. But on a3, c5. Aha! Oh my God, this is so beautiful. Knight a6. Yeah, with knight a6 we actually take c5 square under control, and we can play pawn to c5, and both of these pawns will be protected then, and we actually liberate our position. What a wonderful idea. What a wonderful idea. Let's see. I took, and yeah, at this point he had advantage. So he took with the queen, which is imprecise. But had he taken with the bishop, I do have bishop f5 was my intention. And white does have small advantage. Well, yeah, white is slightly better. But I still don't have to lose. But he does have advantage here, nothing happens. Bishop e6, again a mistake. Why? Why is this a mistake? Queen c2. Okay, I played knight d5. Does he win? No, so he couldn't have taken the pawn. Let's show this for the less experienced viewers. If he takes, we play knight b6, and this bishop now comes to c8, and we see that queen, let's do it like this, he has no squares, because this square is taken by the knight, rook is defended by the knight, and every other, this pawn blocks the square, queen, what can I use? Queen blocks this square, and once the bishop comes to c8, the queen is trapped. And the problem with white is that he is so underdeveloped that he cannot bring his forces to help the white queen, because I just need one move to play bishop c8 and win the game, and he cannot defend his queen in one move. I mean, yeah, what if he plays something like this? Bishop c8. Yeah, you take, but I can take the queen and play knight. Yeah, take with the queen. 2, 4, 5, 2, 4, 5. Yeah, he's just a queen down. he doesn't have enough. Or on knight e5, I simply take. And again, I have an extra queen. So again, the b7 pawn is untouchable. Queen d2, and now, yeah, I saw this move, bishop g4, but I didn't like to make it. It would lead to repetition according to the engine, but I would like to have more chances to fight. Maybe, how can I fight in this position? I can't. Bishop h6, pinning the queen, pinning this pawn actually against the queen. So I'm preventing e4 indirectly, but white has some advantage due to knight c3. For example, now he will start attacking my pieces, and his queen can drop back to d1, and then this bishop on h6 will be stupid. So a short-term solution for a long-term problem. Yeah, engine suggests queen d1 as strongest. He can immediately parry that threat and threaten e4. He played queen e2, which is slightly imprecise, but still he has enough chances to fight for the advantage. Knight d7. Okay, so my problems actually were arised earlier in the game. So this wasn't a bad move, and he still has advantage. h3, knight b4. Okay, but on this move, I wanted to play something, but what could I play? Knight f6, probably. I would probably play knight f6. So he cannot preserve the bishop, and he played knight c4. Okay, I took, he took, and I played a5. I don't want to go back because he will get initiative with e4. So if I have played something like this, he has, for example, this is what I was afraid of, e4. I might have something like this, maybe this, and okay, I wanted to drop back to g7, but engine suggests to exchange. Neither position looked appealing to me, so I played a5, trying to bolster the knight. Knight d5, I had to retreat. Queen c2, bishop g7. I don't want to allow e4 with attack on the h6, and I need this bishop to protect the king and to actually help me play e5, because this bishop controls d5, and I need to open up the game a little bit, because his full center will become a problem later, because it will hinder my pieces. I won't have free lines to generate play. I'll be smothered, suffocated to death, so paralyzed. So I don't want to do that. Rook d1. Okay, the move I was expecting, because on e5 he can take, and e4 pins the knight and wins. So pins the knight because knight cannot move, because rook will take the queen. So okay, I expected that move. Let's see here what does engine suggest. F5. But okay, e5 looks interesting. Okay, and queen e7, and he cannot defend this pawn on the long run. e4, knight to c7, nice. But why not, why not queen e8 as much more precise move? So on e4, this, what does he have? Nothing. Yeah, and maybe something like this, and we just take. And after this move, pardon, well, what do you want me to play then? Ah, queen c8 to, okay, I have queen c8, okay, and I'm slightly worse. Alright. Okay, so e5 did work, actually, but I didn't see the tactics. Queen b6. Yeah, now he is just better. His center pawns will start rolling and he will catch up with development. Knight f6, a4. I don't like this move. But it's not that illogical because on if he's planning to play actually knight a3, and when I push the pawn, he can attack my queen with the knight from this square and attack the pawn. And since he will have 1, 2, 3 forces attacking the pawn, and I will defend only with one, and I can put the queen here to defend it twice, he can collect the pawn, he can win the pawn. So that's the point of this move. But maybe here, here now black has a problem. He needs to find a plan. He is cramped, and I played rook e8, trying to fight for e5. I'm not afraid of his e5 because my knight will have a good square on d5, and we have e6, so we will be strong on the light squares, and dark squares will be covered by the bishop. So we are not afraid of e5, queen c3, nice move, rook d8. I start to lose track of the game. e5 could have been played, but I couldn't assess the position arising after d5. e5, I was afraid of d5 because after this move I don't know how can he continue, but according to the engine there is no problem for black. So after e5, why does engine claim advantage? D takes e5, I need to take on e5, and now he has bishop e3, hitting the queen, finishing development, and okay, queen b4 is not gonna work. No, why would I play this? Queen a6 is much better. Okay, but he has f4, and oh my god, this is actually very strong because now his central pawn mass advances and will push back my pieces even further, and I cannot I still don't have a counterplay. And after rook e6 he can play this move. Okay, rook pins the bishop, so there is still no problem. Bishop f8, okay, rook d3, and what to play now? Nice move, nice tactical move, increasing the pressure so he cannot take back because I will simply collect the bishop in return. But this is only temporary. Okay, queen d2, very nice suggestion by the engine. Now he protects the bishop twice, and now I have to make a commitment. And here, actually, what do I play? I still have tactics to save me because of the weakness of this diagonal. So if he takes here, I can take, he can take with the rook, and we have bishop c5, intermediate move, to pin the king. So we still have enough time for our pieces, but we don't have a move. We don't have a move. Let's see. Knight d5 simply blunders a pawn. Okay, maybe computer can hold this, but I can't. I'll tell you that much. So yeah, a student. Okay, so again, maybe a computer can hold, but to me, white already wins. At this moment, I'm busted. I have no play. Uh, I have no weakness to attack. And he just controls the d file. He can have knight e4 after this knight moves. My king will be slightly weakened, but even if I somehow manage to move this knight to a good spot, he'll have knight e4, knight d6, putting pressure on so many weaknesses. Just horrible position. And if I have to give him, if I have to take on d6 when he lands with the knight on d6, then I mean it's resignable, because this bishop will be a monster and my king will be weak on the dark squares. Just not to mention that if once he takes back with the d pawn, this passed d pawn will also distract my pieces and ruin my coordination. It's just lost. Maybe a computer can hold, but I couldn't see how to make something out of this. So I played rook e d8. Hoping to go for this maneuver. And then after that, maybe knight d6, knight c4, or knight c7. Most likely I would go knight c7, knight a6, and put the knight on b4. This square is good for the knight because it influences d5, and once I put this knight on b4, our bishop now starts to play. He is no longer blocked by the f6 knight. So again, nice move, because now he has d5 hitting the queen, and my queen has no good squares. Queen a6, we take the light squares under control. We have this c4 square for us, which might be good for the queen because she can put pressure on the b file and also influence the center of the board, namely the pawns, trying to put some pressure. White is better here because black has no space. He has no open files. He cannot. He has no space to put his pieces. To go. Black has nothing to attack. White has dynamic weaknesses like this b4 square being weak, maybe this b2 pawn being backward, but that's pretty much it. His pieces now occupy great squares. He has more space, and he does have a plan of attack. He can push the e pawn and d pawn, opening up the position because he has better coordination. So yeah, it becomes really really white is the only one pressing here. I just dislike my position so much. Knight g5, okay. I don't like this move, but it's not without logic. First of all, white can play e5 next, and then e6, shattering the black's castle pawn formation, because on e6 this pawn will attack the f7 together with the knight on g5. So black will have to take, and then when if knight lands here on this on this square, he will attack both the bishop and the rook, and he might go in here double attacking the queen and the a8 rook, so I couldn't have allowed this. Also, white has a motive to attack on this diagonal now, which he did in the game. So although I dislike the move because it is decentralizing the knight, I still see the point. It's not a bad move, but I don't know, maybe rook ac1, simply improve the worst piece, because I see no plan for white yet, but the beauty of the white position is that black has no plan either, so he can waste time. He can spend some time to improve his pieces before he makes a decisive opening of the position. So I would play rook ac1 to wait a little. But okay, my opponent wanted knight g5, h6. I couldn't tolerate the knight. I had to chase it away. Knight f7 doesn't work because on queen b3, well, I might play even e6. And white has no pieces for attack because all his pieces are far away and mispositioned. They just cannot attack the black king in time, and black does have so many pieces in his defense for the king. So he needed to retreat, but he did induce the weakness now because g6 pawn is no longer protected with the h pawn. So, and of course h6 is slightly loose, so he might have some queen d2 ideas ganging up on this pawn, and maybe e5 e6 sacrifices might come, because if I take back with the pawn after e5, we see that the queen will have open path towards the g6. So once this knight moves, we play e6, hitting the knight, hitting the pawn. So once black takes, this pawn on g6 will no longer be protected, and our queen can take it, and our black king will be horribly weakened. So black is in dire straits here again. He needs to find a move, and okay, I have moved the knight because I continued with my plan. I have to do something. Yeah. So knight e8, maybe here, but most likely knight c7. I mean, even now this queen cannot move on this diagonal because of the bishop, and white will have d5. It's very unpleasant to play. h4. White can do whatever he wants because these central pawns hinder black pieces so great, so good, that I had no counterplay. h5. Yeah. Bishop g5. Okay, e5. So here we had a winning position. Knight f8. What do you play? Queen b3, e6, knight c e4. Why are you winning? What is the threat? Queen a7, rook ac1, okay, queen f3, b6. Yeah, he has g4. He's just destroying my king because he has more space. He can bring this rook on d3, and after g4, after g4 and rook d3, I will have to take, and this queen will be on g4. He has decisive attack. I literally have no counterplay. Rook ac1, rook ac8, nothing has changed. Queen e3. Rook c7. Black tries to organize defense on the 7th rank, hoping for a miracle, but rook d2, okay, rook d3. The point is that we do attack 3 times the d pawn, but should we take with the rook, there is always rook d3, and we cannot take the rook because the queen drops. So that was a trap that he created. Very, very instructive play from my opponent. Now his rook is able to swing across the third rank, and his queen might come to f4, g4 is coming, h5 will be next after I take on g4. Everything works for my opponent, and I will get checkmated soon. I don't know why he didn't make it. g4, take, queen g5, not such a bad move, but he could have played h5. I was expecting h5. Queen, okay, king g7, h5, and what to play? He had 7 seconds here, but he was completely winning. Rook d4. He blundered. Okay, he had less than a second. Okay, understandable. But objectively speaking, he can play whatever he wants. Simply h6. I mean, where would I play? I have to play something along the lines of on king h8 he has queen e7 threatening. Yeah, and I cannot take. I cannot take because on this he has this, and knight f6 deflection, and after this move, yeah, he wins. So I cannot take, and if I cannot take, well, what can I do? Everything drops. Just horrible. And on this move, well, he can simply play something like this, and pardon, this is a blunder. He still has queen e7. Why complicate? The same idea as before. I wonder if the stream is alright. Okay, so he had a win. Let me mute the stream for a while and just let me check out because the stream online, because nobody is answering back. I don't know if my sound is correct or not, if it is working or not. Let me check out briefly, and I'll turn the sound on. If you want to play a game, if you want to analyze a game, if you have something else on your mind that we could be doing, just type in the suggestion in the chat. It seems that everything is fine. I guess just nobody wants to talk at the moment. Okay. Let me inspect this. Okay. I do hope that Jonathan hadn't passed out from not sleeping as he did in one of the earlier streams. So Jonathan, if you're listening, if you're tired, go to sleep, please. take care of your health. You can always rewatch the stream later. Okay, let's play. Wow. Okay. Let's play a new game. Okay, another. Okay, let's try Scandinavian. Simple and bad opening, but simple enough for yours truly. Knight f6. Bishop f5. Okay, good move. Good move. Very strong move against the queen a5 Scandinavian, the move that practically refuted the opening. This idea is very nasty. And black needs to play c6. This is the correct move. But I'm trying to improve the game for black unsuccessfully because I don't want to give white knight d5 and then knight xf6 option because then I have to take back with the knight. Okay, somebody is playing really well. My opponent plays all the computer moves, so I guess he prepared his repertoire real well. Queen c7, now he needs to make a choice. Knight e5 is very aggressive and is playable, definitely playable. Okay, castles, e6, again another option. He could play knight h4 to grab the bishop pair, which is what he does. Again, strong move. And now he can take immediately and play h4, and white is better. And I tried to deal with this position, but we know that no matter what we do, white is better. We tried. The line I was examining yesterday wasn't the best for white. Bishop b3, knight b6, we control d5 3 times, and he only has 2 pieces supporting the d5 push. So that's the point of knight b6, but now he might have g4 and the craziness begins. For somebody who is 2995 chess.com rated, finding g4 is not that well, okay, it's a logical move. He can find it. I mean, he can find it. It's not illogical. We'll see what happens afterwards. How well will he play? I forgot the computer preparation because actually it's not a computer preparation. I forgot the analysis. g4, bishop b4, or actually I play a5. I'll play a5. Now we threaten here. And this is very, very sharp. I don't know if I made a mistake or not. Knight d5. Okay, and after knight d5, what do you play? 2, 4, 6, 7, 2. Okay, I lost a pawn. So after this move, all right, I lose a pawn. I will offer the exchange of queens because he has a bad bishop, and we'll use open files to gain dynamic compensation. So we need to find a way to put pressure on white somehow. Because we are a pawn down. a4, nice move, fixing the weakness on a5, bishop d6, okay, we'll go with the king here, and this king will defend the b6 pawn, the a5 pawn, pardon, from b6 square, and now then we'll double the rooks on the h file, and if we tie the rooks to the defense of h4, we'll have some pretty good chances of defending. So my opponent might try rook b3. No, he won't. Alright, we need to play something. So if he goes for this, we go there. Rook b5, bishop c7, we defend. And we somehow defend. Rook c3. Nice move, okay. What if I play bishop b4? He has this move. And then what? Check. And after this move, okay, we need to play something. Otherwise, I mean, we are already lost. We are already lost. I should have played bishop b4 if I recall correctly. Now we need to we'll play something else. On rook d6 we have rook h1 and his king is stuck, so he needs to interpose the bishop. Rook takes here, and we have rook from h to h1 from h file, and we might hope for something. Okay, check. He needs to play some move to defend himself, and let's see what can we do. Take, bishop takes, then we take on f4, and the crazy house again begins. What to do, how to play. Rook b5 next, and then he checkmates. Okay, we need to make something. Takes, rook b4. Let's see, what can we do? He does have this move. Okay, going for rook c2. So he takes. Okay, give me a second. What did he do? Okay, we need to go somewhere. We need to do something to defend. What can he do? I mean, I know I'm lost. I just need to find a way to complicate as much as I can. If he takes here, I can take on c2, c3. So he will try to complicate. Again, if he takes on c7, we take on c3 because this pawn will be pinned to the king. He plays really well. He played the opening really well. I just misplayed it. I think I had to play bishop b4 first and then a5. I really made a mistake there, and the reason, wow. Well, we do have, give me a second, check. Okay. If he plays a5, I can take. He shouldn't have made an attack in this position. And now, after this move, I can take on c7. Pardon, takes on c3. He can check, I can stay here. He can check with the rook. I can go to c6, and when he checks back, I must play back. Yeah. f6. He's coming to checkmate me here. Okay. f6, take. And how do we defend? We don't. What is he going to play? Nothing yet. Okay, we need to make some move. I mean, okay, and after this move, what is it that you play? He has a trap. If I take here, he'll play with the rook. Okay, now this is interesting. Yeah, he does have checkmate. All right. Well played, sir. Well played. Let me take a look at the game. This was the worst. Yeah, I had to play bishop b4 first. Now he has... he simply wins. Yeah. It's that simple. It's that simple. Never mind. Grandmaster in bullet. Well, congratulations, sir. Okay. But nothing in real life. There is no need to be self-deprecating, sir. You are not nothing. Don't deprecate yourself. Please. Mr. Valmer. Don't. Okay. You will take the bishop, but I will have some control on the dark squares. He needs to play h6. Okay, knight bd2. Soon we finish development. And now the question is, how do we make progress? Queen e2. We'll put the queen on e2. And we'll claim... Actually, I should have played g4 immediately. Yeah, g4 deserved attention because now... Yeah, and then I have g5, and on h5 I have g6. Sacrificing the double pawn, but shattering his pawn structure. It becomes really nasty for him. Really, really nasty. Queen b6, rook b1. Should he take? We take back with the e-pawn in order to keep these squares under control. Okay, now it's no longer the same. g4. I want to play g5 to see if there is something I can do. Now he can have g5. It's actually really strong, in my opinion. And he can play king f8, king g7. And I don't see how will I continue. I might go knight f1, knight g3, knight h5. I don't have many good moves at my disposal because queen e2 was a loss of the tempo. So let's see. He castled the king side, queen side, pardon. Okay, if we do castle king side, what do we get? We get h5 and we get crushed. So, okay. If I take on dc, bishop c5, b4, I drop pawn, but okay. Okay, let's see, what can we do? What kind of a move can we play? Take, and take on e5. All right. Take. g3. I don't want to relinquish the h file, so I'll put the king on g2 by hand, as we like to say. And we are playing against a young talent. Let's see. need to keep the h file under control, but he does have e5. He does have e5. Jonathan, you're still with us? Are you alive? I'm worried about our friend Jonathan. He's not responding. Okay. We take, so we can protect the g pawn. So our opponent opens up the center because he is better developed and his pieces are better coordinated for that type of action. Things are going to get rough now for white because this diagonal gets open, and white would like to have this pawn on h2, bishop on g2, and this is not going to work as intended. Okay. Bishop f5. If I exchange them, I have to exchange them. I have to exchange the bishops because if he plays bishop c6, I'm pretty much busted. I'm busted probably right now, but with king g2 and queen f3, or I might be able to cover my light squares. And even if he does play here, I can take and open up his pawn a little, his king slightly. So things are not so bad for me as they seem. Rook d7, take, 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 maybe knight f3. But he does have, yeah, he has a lot. King g2, and on d4 we take, he takes, and we probably can take. He'll take with the rook, knight f3, queen c6, and we might play rook. Oh, but then his queen gets pinned, so he cannot play the way he wants all the time. Okay, maybe we have a favorable liquidation, maybe, very questionable, but definitely complex for our side of the board, for our pieces, because his pieces will have great coordination while we need to make this rook usable, and so do we need to do the same for the h1 rook. Also very problematic, and we have so many weaknesses that his queen attacks, and our king is now weak on the light squares. g4 is also a weakness. So many weaknesses. He has a better minor piece. So many things have gone wrong for us. Now I would like to play something. No, I can't. Actually, there is literally nothing I can play. Nothing. So I'm just waiting for him to, okay, queen c6. He does want to play d4, but we are not going to allow it. Queen f3. If he does play that, we take on d4, and we wait for our opponent to take the queens, because if he takes on d4, we have rook c1 pinning the queen. So no, we are not going to allow our opponent to simply exchange the queens the way he wants. Now c4 might gain in strength, because if he takes, we take the queen, pawns get doubled, and we have great c4 square for the knight when he recaptures. So I would like to see that happen, but of course our opponent is too good to allow such a thing. Let's see what else can happen. c4, rook d6. So he is planning rook f6, which is logical from his side, but c4. Now on c4, rook f6, we got queen d5. So we can play c4. We must play c4. It's a move that has to be played at some point. d4 is the move that our opponent would probably like to play. d4. And what to do? I mean, we have to take on c6. He'll take with the rook. And the question remains, well, actually we can play e4. And then f4 and keep the position close. So, okay, not so bad. We need to take. And I wonder how will he play. Okay, knight c4. We are trying. He cannot play b5 yet because I take on e5 and the rook is pinned. So now I have a4. Blundering. Stupid move. Yeah, in hard positions we blunder, but so does our opponent. a4. He doesn't threaten anything yet. We have b3. He might play this move, but now let's see what can we do as white. Are there any tactics for us? Knight a5. How does he defend? Okay, we don't have any good move yet apart from this. Rook g6. Okay, we do have rook h5 hitting c5. So this is nice source of counterplay for us. We would like to exchange rooks and leave the queen and knight, because queen and knight work much better than queen and bishop in creating mating threats. So now we contest the d-file, and already I feel much more relieved. This is now the position that I could actually play. And let's see. What can we do? Queen f3 hits both f7 and the queen. And if he exchanges, well, our knight is slightly, well, we have a good knight. We have this square, this as a threat. King e4, our king is also closer to the center of the board, and we have f4. Now, let's see, what else can we play? We have knight a5, hitting the b6. So this is not going to be so easy for our opponent to play. Knight c6, he has a6, but on knight b8, yeah, we don't have much, but knight c4 is good enough for me, because we hit it here. Okay, he has 50 seconds. Okay, king d3. He needs okay, if I play this, he has d4 square. Okay, he might play this move, and we take, And now we claim that after this move, his pawn is on the light square. And let me see, do we have tactics? A6? No, we don't. A5, B5, check, takes, A6, he is in the square. So he does reach he's exactly where he needs to be. So let's see what happens on b4. b4, take, 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 and he is fine. If we play a move like c4, take, we don't have much. And after this move, not many things are left for our... Okay, we need to try to play this move and simply claim that b5, take, take, knight h4, and our opponent will play c4, take, take, and hop on e4. So we cannot allow this. Bishop f6, we do have this move, and on c4, take, take, this, this, and this is actually a draw. Because even if he does come here, after this move we play g5 and we simply exchange everything. But he does have 15 seconds, so let us try and make this. Well played, young man, well played. He played really well. I accept. Oh, wait. No. I'm sorry. I don't play bullet. I'm sorry. I play 10-minute unrated games. Let me apologize to the man. Yeah, this guy is really good. This is a strong player, but I just cannot compete with him. Yeah. You're just too strong for me, sir. I'm sorry. Let's see. Google Translate. What is this? Best of luck to you, sir. An Intermaster. Wow. Impressive. Impressive. But I just cannot. I cannot compete on 1 minute. I can compete like this. Thank you, sir. Okay, let's up. Pardon. Yeah, d4. knight c3, unusual opening. What to play now? Does queen b3 work? Okay, let's play something solid. I don't know what will this opening be. How will it end up? Okay, we take. He takes, and now we might. Okay, bishop e2. Bishop e2. Simple chess. Simple chess. We'll play b3 next. What happens on knight b5? Nothing much. b3. Okay, let's keep it safe. This diagonal was weak. Now we play b3 and bishop b2. Okay, h3. He has some e4 shenanigans that he wants to try. Knight h4. Where does the bishop go? There. Okay. e4. e4. He takes. I take. He takes with the bishop. It doesn't work. Okay, bishop b2. Now rook d8 is slightly unpleasant. And okay, queen c1. And we play rook d1. We need to make something out of our pieces. We are standing very passively here. Okay, let's see. What else can we do? Okay. He does. Okay. Does he have? No, rook d1 is protected too many times. So now we are going to try and put some pressure on black along this diagonal. I don't know what will he play next. I don't know what will he play next. e4 might be strong, but maybe too early at the moment. Knight to e4 doesn't seem bad at all. Okay, so where do I go now? He might have this move. And then this. Okay, d3 is a huge weakness. But we might give him the dark squared bishop. We might be forced to. Okay, knight e1. We don't want to give black opportunity to hop in on d3 that easily. Although my king is now weak. So he might have some bishop h3 sacrifices. I don't think it works immediately, but it is definitely something he should investigate. Now, I do have d4 square, so it would be nice if I could somehow get that square for myself. Knight d3, he has discovered tactics. So let's see. Knight d3 takes, bishop takes, but I don't have to take with the bishop. I can take like this, and then we have what? Yes, bishop, bishop. Will knight be better suited here? But then I have, oh shit, he disconnected. I'll take, and I'll try to make draw. He didn't deserve to lose. Okay, and we take on d6. I don't think d2 works for him. He thinks it does. It does. Nice tactics by my opponent. And now he has rook d1. What a fantastic tactic. Wait a second. 3. Okay, and I take like this. And he doesn't have a queen. But he is a piece up. Why would you resign? This is odd. I mean, he just takes and wins. Sir, you had... Why resign? Why resign? F3, E5. I think he'll play Bong. He is now being disrespectful, but I guess he can afford it. He is way stronger than myself. $2,600 in bullet. Okay, so he might try to take the dark square bishop, but do I actually care? I shouldn't care about that bishop. I should care about these weaknesses. It's okay, sir. I guess I'm playing against you. I assume you're my opponent that I'm currently playing, and it's okay. No problem. We just have fun. We play. Somebody will win, somebody will lose. It's okay. Life goes on. Knight d6. Knight. Okay, queen e7 first. I would like to put pressure on his king as much as I can. Knight c4. What can we do? Okay, rook f8. G6. B3. All right, fair enough. Knight e3. Oh man, but no, it's okay. Pardon, paranoia. Okay, and here we are. And okay, but his pieces. Okay, he has king f2. Rook e7. No, rook e8. Let's be precise, because he has knight f4, hitting the d5 pawn, and I need the bishop e6. Had I played on e7, he could play rook e1, pinning that rook. So things would become slightly dicey. Okay, he did overextend. He is slightly behind in development, but I think that after, yeah, he should be able to simply make his position work, because notice that he does have white bishop, and I need to preserve my white bishop due to various pins. Oh, you can listen, it doesn't matter. This is a free casual game. It's not rated, and even if it was, I couldn't care less. As long as we play a good game, I really don't care. All right. What is the point? How do we make our friend play some good move for us? Knight a5. We are hitting the b3. We have to do something on b4. I would like to allow to force him to. I would like to go c4. So this is the move I'll play. c6. On b4, I will just hop in. Bishop c2, a nice move. Rook e7. Rook e7, and now we'll probably exchange all the heavy pieces. Yeah, so it's a great game. For us. Okay, now he has a tactic here. At some point, he might try to go for tactics, sacrificing on g6 and having a passed pawn. So let us see what can we do to put pressure on our opponent. If we play c5 and he takes, it's not so bad for us. But let me see, he does have c4. But I'll just keep my mouth shut and won't allow him to play there. Okay, we might go for c5, and we actually should. I need to do something. By the way, sir, do you play Warcraft by any chance, since you are from South Korea, pardon? A lot of good players in Warcraft 3 come from South Korea. It's okay? Bishop c2, okay, we'll take. Knight c6, now we hit weakness on d4. So if we nice, his king is activated. Now we need to figure out what to do. After this move, let's see, and we take, we do have weaknesses on the light squares, and his bishop is betting. Let's see, what can we do? So we need the white bishop, which is not good. I was hoping that we won't need the white bishop. Now maybe he's even winning. I misplayed badly with c5. Analysis will be very educational. b4 and then b5. I don't like his b4. I don't think it was that necessary. Now knight e7, knight c8, knight d6. We are going here with the knight c8. I don't know. He might try king b4. Yeah, king b4 might be good for him. And he does have bishop a2. Nice. Knight e7. We'll keep everything tightly packed. So let's see. On g5, actually g5 can work for us now. Okay, g5, and then, but we don't have much to do. So he'll have bishop a2. Okay, and then his pieces will come in. I guess I'm busted again. And knight c8, we might make something out of this. He doesn't have enough. Take, take, take. So if we reach with the king, a5, take, take, d7, we are slightly late. But then he has bishop a2. Okay, we need to release our pieces from being under attack. But then how does he attack here? He can't attack reliably. And after, but he has e3. Yeah, I'm simply lost here, am I not? King g8, okay. Knight e3, and now I simply lose. Bishop e6. He has a5. King c3. How do we defend? We don't. All right. Bishop d3, bishop e6. He does win this game. There is nothing we can do. Let's see. After this, knight f5. He still wins. Knight g7. King on g. He has so many moves that can work for him. Knight d6, a5, take, take. Everything works for our opponent. Bishop d7. No, bishop f7. And we hope, we pray that we actually have some defense. But it's very hard. He does win this game. But for some reason he doesn't see the plan. I don't see how. Okay. And where do we go after this? Here. Here. Knight d6. And I just ignore. I can offer a draw at this point, and it will be a draw. Let's make a small break from playing, just a small break. Hey, thank you for the games. And I have one question for you before you go. I assume you're leaving. Why didn't you push a5? You can see it on the stream. Uh, Here, for example, why not knight e3? And I have to play something. And you have a5. And after this move, I cannot stop you from penetrating. If you're still with us, I think you are winning. Stale breeds. Let me check. I mean, give me a second. Well, give me a second. Just a second. Okay. Move 39. Move 39. 39. Not a5. I think that after a5 you win here. I think that you simply win. Because I must keep the game closed, and you simply take and let's say, well, even king a5 is even more precise maybe. And I need to play something like this, and on bishop a2 I need to defend, and you simply win the game. You simply move in with the king, and that's GG. I think that our friend is no longer with us, but okay. Where is the analysis? Here it is. Let's see. F3 is a book move. Yeah, right. True, it happens. I just look at. I'm looking at the game with the computer. I just needed to see just how badly I played. Oh my god, such a horrible game. But okay. So he is better here. Yeah, I misplayed horribly. Well played. C6. And now he is winning. Okay. I cannot analyze. I have a free account. But I'm looking at the moves. I don't think. No, this is simply winning. Okay, I'll take a look. Let me just go through the moves. Yeah, this is winning for white. Yeah, simply. Yeah, a5 wins. Dead one. Okay, let me do it like this. Okay, if I go to archive, wow, 92.2 accuracy, no way. No way. Okay, what about this move? Wait, how did I win this game? No, you were winning, you were better this game. C4. What happened? Did you Did I flag you here? Castles. E4, so he can play e4 here and stand very well. Okay. B3, I knew I was worse here. Knight h4, but I couldn't see what to do after that move. c6, bishop b2, h6, queen c1. Knight c5, black is simply better. Even if engine says it is not that bad, it is so easy to play. Knight d2, bishop c5. Bishop d6. Well, what was I supposed to do? Yeah, I miscalculated. And why would you resign here? I don't understand why he resigned. He wins this game. Takes the piece. I don't know why he resigned. And he had 7 minutes to win. Well, yeah, but it's okay. It's unrated game, so you can win. I'm not gonna cry. I'm big boy. It's okay. And you played well. You played well, better. You deserve to win. You deserve to win that game. And the other one, also. I got outplayed. You play very well. Way better. Are you this famous actor? No, you're not. You're definitely not that actor. So you're, yeah. So you play. Do you have a title? Yeah, you're an international master. Wow. Congratulations. 21, 22 years. Wow, you can become a grandmaster, maybe even a top GM. You still have time to improve. And it happened only recently. Wow. 5 years to jump from FIDE Master up to Intermaster. Was it the money that was the problem? Because you're in Korea, there are not many opportunities there. Maybe you had to travel and it was expensive. I'm really intrigued. I mean, you play well, but I mean, you play really well. Bullet. It's okay, but you. Hello, Mosias. Hello, welcome to the stream. Well, Mr. Lee, you played really, really well, and it was a pleasure to play against you. I hope I offered some resistance, that I gave you some interesting game, because I didn't get the impression from my side of the board. I think you didn't have much problems to defeat me. But okay, I'm only. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. In the second game, yeah, it was much better. In the first, yeah, I played passively the opening, and you had better position, so I blundered the piece with that bishop d6. It's nice to hear that, but I have so many things to polish, mainly tactics and openings. Do you have any simple opening that you can recommend me, something that a busy man can play? because my problem is I cannot afford too much time working on the openings because it takes away energy, and currently I I have so much stress at work, and I don't have much energy after the work to concentrate. It's just so draining. So if I could have some simple opening to play, I would be very happy. Okay, since I don't know anything, I'll just play whatever I like. Okay, that's an advice too. Yeah, but great game, man. Great game. Uh, I wish. I mean, I don't know. Wow, second in Korea. That means that in Korea you don't have. I will try Italian. I will. So in Korea you don't have many opportunities to grow. So that's the problem. Bullet. But why not? I mean, okay. But when I look at your rating, your Blitz rating is the worst, and yet you like to play it the most, the Bullet. I wonder, why don't you try to achieve more in classical? I mean, 2400 is not so easy to achieve. And you're young. I mean, you're 1999th. I mean, yeah, that's like 21. 21, man, you can become a strong GM. You could stream on Twitch. You could earn money that way. People would, subscribe to what you play, and who knows? Who knows? Maybe you could grab a sponsor to sponsor the tournaments for you. Maybe you could get opportunities in life. Who knows what would happen? If I were you, I would surely pursue it. I mean, I wish if I could be a FIDE master, but I need to work a lot on my game. I have a lot of glaring weaknesses, a lot of them. But if I were you, I mean, 2400, dude, you need like to work on your endgame skills a little, and because that A5 plan, you really should have seen it if you were an Intermaster. So I assume that you are lacking there due to bullet play. And you could become a GM. You could start streaming on Twitch or make YouTube videos. I would personally subscribe and help you out if I can by any chance. I would really like to see you succeed, because yeah, I know that's what Bullet is all about. But my advice to you, friendly advice, give it a go. Try to improve in classical, and then maybe you can even start streaming right now. You're in Intermaster. People would subscribe. People would yeah, and all I can say is good luck to you. I mean, I have accepted the friendship request, so haven't I? Let me see. Where are friends? Wait a second. How come I haven't? I did add you to a friend list. I mean, Jesus Christ. Don't play these games with me. Yeah, I did. So we can stay in touch and we can play anytime you want. If you think that I am worthy of your time, we can play. Mosias, how was your day? What did you do? You can play me if you want. You can play our friend too, but it won't be on stream. So you can. But I have a plan. I just need a little bit of help. Give me a second. Give me a second. We can play unrated bullet. Give me a second. And if I do it like this and put 1 minute. All right. Give me a second. Play. If I do it like this and say play, will you allow me this? Okay. We can play 2 games and then I can play Mosias because he was waiting. So Mosias, I'll play 2 games against our friend and then playing against you. Is that okay? Something happened. Accept. I did. Okay. D4. Wow. H5. Okay. This guy really means business. I'll jump. Wow. Even that move. What happens on this move? Okay, c3. e4, bishop f1 will protect the rook. Doesn't work. Oh, wow. Am I slow? Am I slow or what? Too slow, too weak. Okay, I'll play a rematch and after that we'll play Mosias. e4. Okay, he's too fast for me. Rook b8. Wow. No, queen c8. Queen c8. So he has knight d7. Okay, bishop d6. We take. And now his pawn structure is not very happy for him. I misplayed. Okay, a5. Now we have a lot to work on. g3, queen a5, b6, rook a7, and now after all these moves, let's see what can we do. Rook c7, queen, this. He defends everything, doesn't he? King. I misclicked. Thank you for the draw, but you should have flagged me. Okay, I'm not your match. You are way stronger in bullet than I am. GG's. You should have flagged me. But okay, I respect your sportsmanship and integrity. Thank you. Mosias, do you have a chess.com account, or do you want me to play somewhere else? Yeah, it was fun. I mean, very fun games. I mean, I don't. My username is c5break, and I will type it. It's like this. So just make an unrated game if that's okay with you. I can challenge you. Just give me your username, and we can play. Stalebrits, thank you for the follow. Thank you. And again, really well played. I mean, catch you later. Catch you later. I mean, you play so well this bullet. Best of luck to you. Best of luck. Mosias, let me try to find him. Okay, if I switch this off and I simply remove these annoying ads and do something. Ah, great. Well done. Well done, friend. Greetings for Netherlands. And okay, let's play. We'll play d5 because it's simple opening. I always play it. Okay, nice move. White actually doesn't want to allow black to play his favorite game, and he plays a decent move, knight c3. And this will be an interesting game actually, because I don't like this position. Oh my god, he blundered a pawn. I didn't see, but neither did he. He blundered the pawn, and now, but okay, maybe he can seek compensation with bishop d3. Exchanging queens, not really good. Okay, we have bishop e7. Okay. Knight f6. And let's take a look. What will our friend play? What would I do if I was white? I mean, okay, Hey, thanks, man. As soon as this COVID passes, I'll start playing over the board tournaments, and we'll stay tuned. We'll see. We'll see. I hope it will come into fruition. So let's see. Let's get back to the game. What would I do if I was white? So I have extra c pawn, but it is blocked by the c knight. So should I take the knight? Who benefits from this pawn structure? If I play e5, okay, let's play, no, I'll take it. I'll take it, and I'll play bishop d7 to prevent the pin. He might have e5 though. But if I castle, then the c7 pawn will be protected. I can have king b8, bishop c8, and I can start doubling on the d file. Maybe I misplayed it. Maybe this wasn't so well played by me, because e5 will clamp down on my pieces. Bishop b5. Okay, we have this knight e5 tactic. So he takes with the knight, I take with the bishop, and his rook hangs. So, okay, we take the bishop, and his rook hangs, so he needs to play a move. You just blundered the checkmate, my friend. I was expecting that he will, yeah. GG. GG. You can, do you want a rematch? Or I guess not. Okay, I'll accept. We are just having fun. It's unrated, so it's okay. d4. g6, nice move. So black will now, I don't like this exchange. That was an important bishop. Now the dark square is slightly creak. But he's not losing yet, he's fine. He can play bishop f5 now, for example, and it's not so bad for him. Okay, we castle. Bishop f5. All right, what can we do next? What can we play? Okay, I'll take. I know I do improve his knight, but I also gain a lot of time for my pieces to come into play. And his knights currently hit the wall on d4. So he'll need a preparatory move for e5, for example, or maybe knight d6, knight e4. I really like knight d6, not a bad move. I apologize for yawning, it was a long day. So let's see, what else can we do? Rook e8. Rook e8, not a bad move. c4, we need to make some action. We need to do something. And I would like to hit on his center of the board, so my knight can come to c4 and I can then hop to e5. So the reason of this move is to open up the c file for my rook, so I can attack this pawn and put pressure on this knight. If he takes, I take with this knight here and then jump to e5, so I have some prospects of good play. I don't have any decisive advantage, nothing special, but I still have something to play on, and I'll take on c5 now. I'll take and play. Oh man, he made a mistake again. e4. Now he blundered a piece. I thought he will play e takes d5, and then I wanted to play rook c1. Rook c1, queen c2, and try something like this to put pressure. Maybe even this on the c file. Okay, we take. And we have queen b3. And we want to exchange as many pieces as possible because we have an extra knight. So it will be really hard for our opponents to make something. Okay, queen e1, but we do have this move. And we'll exchange a pair of rooks. I mean, the queen has only this square to retreat, but it is enough. But now we exchange a lot of pieces. I don't even have to exchange. I can actually play knight e5, rook e5, yeah, rook d4. And if I take, he takes the queen. But he missed the intermediate move that gives check. And now he is 2 pieces down. And I really don't think I will let him get away. Not with 2 extra knights. Okay, and now our knights are starting to hop. It's just too much for our friend to deal with. Knight g5, he needs to put the rook back to f8. And these are, yeah, f4. We make loft for the king. And after this, okay, h6. You know what, I'll just take. And I have an extra knight. It really shouldn't be that hard. b5, king e3, knight f3, and we have, okay, king d3, and we just collect all the pawns. Take, this, here, and we take a look at this move, and now he can never come with his king. We just go, king, okay, here, here, and he just loses. This pawn cannot be stopped anymore. He has nowhere to go. And he might, okay, we'll take, and now we have the queen, and queen will join the attack soon. Yeah. Okay, he fought bravely till the end, but it was lost. He made too many blunders. So you played well, sir. GG's. GG's. You just need to work on your blunders, and puzzles can help with it. Puzzles help a lot. I will accept. Let's see, e4. Let's change. There is no need to bore the man with the same opening. Let's play something else that he can see more often in his games. Bishop c4. Okay, we play the Italian. d6. Okay, knight f6. I'm not afraid of ruining my pawn structure, because I will get semi-open d file. I get good control over the d4 square, and well, what else can we do? Well, nothing special after that. Castles. Let's castle. Let's see what else can we do. Sorry, my eye hurts. I don't know why. Bishop e6. Atypical move, but move with the purpose of taking back with the f pawn. And if this pawn goes here, then he controls the d5 and f5 squares, which is good for us. Which is good for us because this knight will be restricted. And also we will have f file for our rook, for our rook. So our opponent doesn't want to take. We have queen e7 to play. And we can set up a little trap with knight d4, and if he takes with his knight on e5, we take the bishop, and we also hit the knight on e5 that will come. So right now we'll see what happens to with white pieces. What will he play? What will our opponent play now? Bishop d5. Actually, not a bad move. So he might triple the pawns. Jesus Christ, have you ever seen this? In chess game. Wow. Okay, I'm not that crazy. Let's play, Queen d6. But, no, I need to take. I need to take. This was a very good move. Sir, you found a really good move. I liked it a lot. Bishop d5. Didn't take it into an account. But actually very good move that will... Okay, he took with the knight. I'll take it. I'll take it. And now I'm hoping with my knight. Now he might play knight e2 to avoid the exchange, or c4 to bolster this knight, this pawn on d5. So he has options. I would probably play knight e2 and c3, maybe. It's a complex position. I mean, it's not a complex position, it's just that... Okay, take. He'll play with the queen, most likely. Queen d6. Now this rook will have to go here because it is the only piece that doesn't work, and the whole play shifted to the center of the board in the king side, so there is really no need for this rook to stay on the queen side anymore. c3, okay, I continue with my plan. So now black contemplates pushing his pawns, and this will be a strong threat. Actually, this will be a strong threat for my opponent. How does he parry it? b4. Alright, we can take. He can take, and we don't take on b4 because we want to continue our action with f5. And I'll play e4 next. And we get the d pawn, and this pawn is weak. This pawn is exposed. He's not weak, but it is exposed, and will require maybe a3. So there will be some weaknesses in white's camp. But my main issue is to... Okay, my main goal is to play e4. I really want to open up files for the white king, because this rook is out of play. He doesn't participate on the king side nor on the queen side, or in the center of the board, so we might make some good action. Okay, again, another good move by my opponent. If I take, he might give up the queen for two rooks, and we won't allow it. We'll play this move. So he might go for the queen side pawns, but then this pawn falls, and this pawn is actually very important. Maybe the best would be for him to, but he cannot pass. On d4 I have f4. So we'll play rook e5. Jonathan, as long as you didn't pass out from not sleeping, I'm fine. Everything is forgiven for you. Just don't worry, okay? Do not get upset. Okay, rook f1. We want to make some initiative on the king side. My king is a little bit exposed. Is a bit exposed. Let's see what can we do now. g6, g3, pardon. Sir, you just blundered the rook. Yeah. Okay. Okay. A small advice after this game. mental note to myself. To help our friend, to learn something, to let us pass the knowledge and some tip, so he doesn't make the same mistake again. We'll do it after the game. Yes, and he actually gets checkmated because his king cannot stand here. My queen controls that square. He needs to take the rook, but then this rook comes and that's a checkmate. So, yeah, it's a checkmate. Mosies, 2. One small advice for the future. Whenever you have your piece attacked by opponent's pieces, count the number of times they attack your piece. We see that black attacks the e1 rook twice, and you defend it only with one piece. And remember, if a number of attackers is greater than the number of defenders, that piece falls. You lose the piece. So here I attack twice. You defend only once. So you will lose a rook. Remember this tip. It will save you calculation time and will help you eradicate this type of blunders. Just count how many times my opponent attacks, how many times I defend. If it is not equal, then you lose a piece. Okay, I would like to make a small break. I'm slightly tired, so we can chat a little before I continue to play again. Let's see. What can we do? What can we do? How was your day at school? Yes, we can be friends, sir. I don't know who is this person, but okay. Home. Didn't I accepted you? Yes, I have. Okay. Okay, whatever. Let's see. Play archive. Okay, okay, this was a bullet game. And I lost. Okay, good night. Thank you for the games, and I'm sorry for not being able to play a little bit more. Mosies, I just need a little bit of time to recover. Catch you some other time. You can follow me. You can follow me so we can play again. You can get a notification when I'm up, and we can play a couple of more games. Thank you. So, good night. Have a nice sleep. Have a nice sleep. What was this game? Yeah, this was bullet. And here it was bullet 2, and he was winning on time. Yeah. Yeah, I really played badly. But this game against the youngster was promising. No, I lost this one badly, and okay. Let's see. 96, 94. And no, did I lose this? What happened here? Queen e2, queen b6, rook b1, g4. Not a good move. So he wants me to play dc5. Why? So I can play e4. Nice. I'll remember that next time. He had g5. Yeah, I said it on the stream. G5 is really... It looks unorthodox, but actually it's a good move because it fixes the g4 weakness. And he has h5 at some point, or even e5 attacking it. g3, bad move. Okay, b4. But then he has c4. Okay, bishop f6, king f1, strongest move. Wow, nice. e5. Okay, takes. I had to play something. Bishop f5, again strongest move. We explained in the stream why. Because bishop c6 would be too strong. Take. King g2, queen f3. Okay, a knight could stand there, but I was afraid of d4. Okay, I was afraid of d4 and opening of the files, because my queen, should she stay on this square, would be lined up against the rook and bishop battery. So some motives like this could be really nasty. Let's see, rook d6, c4. We explained this idea too. We wanted to take on c6, doubling these pawns, and then we would have a good square for our knight. Great outpost. Okay, he had d4, but why? Yeah, he is better here. Rook d5, knight c4, a4 is a blunder. I blundered a pawn and he blundered too. He didn't want to take it. b3, rook g5, rook h4. I should have, interesting. And what's the evaluation of this endgame? White is better. Then how did I manage to misplay it so hard? How did I manage to misplay it? Knight a5, this was a mistake. Let's see how we win. This is instructive. f5, but he has king d7. Okay, he can play with king d7. Oh man, you have king d5. And you just enter with the king. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. And I was watching f5, and I stopped calculating on f5, and I don't know why. I mean, if you see that your king comes to d5, you play f5 immediately. And I just didn't see this, because this pawn then marches forward and simply destroys black. Because he really has no counterplay after this. And I have even this maneuver, putting the knight on e4. What a wonderful square for the knight. Yeah, very instructive endgame. And I blew it. Pardon. And yeah, b6. I admitted my mistake, but then this isn't the same. a5. But yeah, now it's equal. He just calls the line. Nothing left to do. Exactly. Yeah, you can't win this. Just head for the... Yeah, good game. Good game. It seems that not many people are here in the chat. But does anyone have any suggestion? guess not. I guess not. What can we do? Okay, let me make a small break. E4, d5. Can I help you with the project, Jonathan? Somehow. This is not gonna be easy. Okay, and if I play it like this, so it's my turn to play. And what can I play here? b5, here, bishop b4, king b1, takes, a5. Yeah, you can't play that. You need this. Promote. You can delete this. And on g4, a5. There was queen f3, wasn't there? Or even better, he just plays queen f3. Is that a move? No. No, it isn't. So g4, a5. But now I'm very weak on the dark squares. Okay, for the viewers who have just joined, I'm making a break from playing, so right now I'm trying to improve a line in my favorite opening, Scandinavian Defense, and it doesn't look like I'm making any progress. So if you want to give a few advices, I'm all in. I can analyze a game. We can even play unrated game if you want. Make it rapid, because I'm really bad at blitz. I'm way too out of shape. My form is abysmal. Simply horrible. But okay, if you want to play bullet, okay, whatever. Just make it unrated. Okay, so I cannot play a4 because he has bishop b4 at some point. And I need to bring the rook somehow. Why did you stop to study chess, Jonathan? Where did you make... Aha. Okay. Well, since we are having fun here and we have a casual stream, give me a second, please. Let me see something. I have some old books, some old books that might help us. Let's try to relieve the stress, Jonathan, slightly. Okay. You know what? Hey, thank you, Beanman, for the raid. Thank you so much. I have to repay you sometime. I hope you enjoyed the... Yeah, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you. I can actually use a little bit of time that I have to do a shout out for my friends. Give me a second, please. Let me just do it like this, and we have about. Okay, on this page you have a panel that I have created, and here you have listed all the streamers that supported me, either by following, either by giving me an advice or whatever, shout out, raid, and I would humbly ask you to give them 2 minutes of your time. You might find out that you how the hell am I on mute? What about now? I have, it must work. It must work. I just can't have easy time with technology. I mean, if I get decent headphones, then I sound like Sylvester the cat from Looney Tunes. It's okay, it's okay. I'm used to it, Beanman. I'm used to it. I mean, you remember when I started streaming, I had trouble with sound, with everything. Then I finally bought these headphones, and I thought it will be okay, but I sound like Sylvester the cat from Looney Tunes. So who knows what else will happen to me during the stream, technology-wise. I just don't have luck with it, but it's okay. It's okay. You can hear me now. So okay, just a small favor that I ask of the viewers. Just check out this panel on my about page and give these streamers that I have listed a go. It's just 2 minutes of your time. You can always close the browser tab, but you might like some of them. You might like their content. So if you do, please take into account to subscribe or follow them. It doesn't mean much to you, but it means a lot to them. With that in mind, let's try to help our friend Jonathan. This will have to wait. Okay, learn analysis. Okay, let us start with the tips for the beginner chess players. So, since you're already watching this stream, you can sit back and enjoy and take in the advices that I give. So, you don't have to study on your own. Okay, I'm going through the book. This is an old book written in the old Yugoslavia. So it's written on my native language and it's out of print long time ago. So there is no point in recommending you this book. You will not find it. But okay, let's see what we can do to help our friends. Okay. Okay, not much. There is not much. Yeah, that's why it went out of print so early. Let's see the other one. Give me a second. Okay, so we'll start from the opening play, and I'm not gonna give you only the typical beginner advices. We'll try to look at the opening from the perspective of a master, of a FIDE master, intermaster, grandmaster. We'll try to look at it with their eyes, and I will try to hopefully make you understand how to play the opening. So we'll start with that, and we'll continue to deal with the rest of the game. So now, first things first. Chess is an old game. It's been played like 300, 400 years ago, up to now. So a lot of things have been discovered, and thanks to the computers, were verified. So there are a lot of tips and tricks that young professionals learn when they're children, because they start with 5, when they're 5 years old, and that increases their strength significantly. So technically a trainer would come and literally tell you these tips and tricks, and you would become a lot stronger than you were before hearing them. So I'll do the same, trying to remember things that I was told when I was starting out. So first things first, you have the center of the board. These squares are the most important squares at the board in the beginning of the game. Why? Because on these squares, a piece, let me try something like this. A piece attacks the most squares. It has the best effect. It is the strongest attack-wise. And from these squares, a piece can reach any side of the board in the equal amount of time. So we strive to put our pieces towards the center of the board. Unless we see a direct benefit, then we can disregard this rule. If you don't see a direct benefit, keep your pieces centralized. Why? Well, take a look at this knight and this knight. If we put the knight here, this knight attacks this square, and this knight attacks, will use the blue color, okay? This knight attacks only these squares. So we see that this central knight, this green knight on e4, has more firepower. Another thing, imagine that we get into trouble on the king side, somewhere here. Pardon, let me use a different color. Okay, somewhere here on these squares. You see that this knight, this blue knight, needs 1, 2, 3 squares, three moves to come to the king side. Meanwhile, the green knight is on the king side in 1 move. 3 to 1. So this mathematics proved decisive in practice. So when we play, we always strive to put our pieces in the center of the board, because we don't know immediately what will happen with the game, how it will develop, and we want to stay flexible. So we put our pieces on squares that allow us the best mobility, and that's the central squares highlighted in green color on this diagram. Other squares that are nearly as important are these. So remember this. Always put your pieces toward the center. You can disobey this rule. Sorry for my clumsy English. You can disobey this rule if you see a concrete benefit. If you don't, then stay safe, play safely, and aim your pieces toward the center of the board. Second thing, always develop one piece at a time in the opening. Why? Because no matter how strong the piece is, in the end it will be overpowered by the sheer mass of the opposing pieces. We can do something like this. We can use this as an example. My favorite opening, Scandinavian. Knight c3, but we'll play some other line. Bishop e2. Remember the principle. One piece at a time. Bishop g4. Okay. d4. One piece at a time. Now already we can see that black cannot move his piece anywhere he wants, because he will drop the bishop. And remember the rule from this stream. We attack twice the bishop, and he is not defended at all. The only reason why we are not winning the bishop is because the queen actually pins the bishop to the king. So queen needs to move, which is not a good move. So we need to relinquish tension, and we need to take. This is how the theory goes. We need to take the bishop. But notice one thing. We have played twice with the piece, and we removed white's developed bishop. But if we follow the principle and we take back with the piece, we already introduce another piece into the game, and we still have two pieces developed compared to black's one. And black is it is his turn to move, and if he could maintain the rhythm by playing knight f6, he would be fine. Nothing bad would have happened. But since black played with the queen early, that's another postulate, another principle. Never bring out your queen early, exactly because she can be attacked by the lesser valuable pieces, losing time to retreat, hindering other pieces to come into the game, while the opponent gets the opposite. He gets free time to develop pieces, and in the end he will have more pieces in the game. He will overwhelm you. So now let's say black plays this move. If we play this move, we have three pieces that are decently centralized, and knight f6, castles, I'm using a setup. We see that black has problems. He cannot develop his bishop. He needs to wait. He'll waste time developing pieces. If he puts the knight here, we see that white finished his development simply by putting one piece at a time, while black played many moves with the queen, and he is now late. And we see that the queen alone cannot stop entire black's plans. Yes, she does defend the weak c pawn, but she doesn't stop d5. Then there is this b4 sacrifice, typical for these positions. And if she takes, then we have rook b1, and when the queen moves, this pawn falls, horribly weakening the black king side. Then we see that this queen cannot solve the problem of this bishop. She cannot physically put him somewhere else on the board. So, and she cannot stop white from, for example, playing queen d3, move the knight somewhere and simply start pushing pawns, opening the position and steamrolling black. So that's why we don't play the queen early, because white got so much time to develop his pieces by attacking the queen, and by playing twice in the opening or many other times, black lacks pieces to defend. So if he plays something like this, we already have, well, we could play something like a3, bishop e7, bishop b4. We kick the queen one more time, and the queen now has problems if she needs to protect this pawn. So if she plays this, we can already open up the game. How do I maintain consistency? I'll show you the consistency and motivation, because I don't give up. I was born in a country where war breaks off every 20 to 30 years, and here, if you don't learn to be consistent, if you don't learn to persevere, it might be your last. So we are trained from the early age, if we are poor or middle class citizens, to be tough. Nobody can teach you how to be tough. Nobody expects of you to succeed in being tough. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. You must try to be tough, you must fight all the time. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. You must fight for your dreams, for your hopes, because that's the only thing you have. Everything else can be taken away from you. And I'm so close. You have missed the part in the chat where an Intermaster from South Korea said that I have at least the strength of the FIDE master. So think about it. Why should I quit? The guy who is Intermaster, FIDE Intermaster, he has a FIDE Intermaster title, said that I'm close. Why should I quit? Why should I allow people to take away my dreams? That's the only thing I have. So that's, I don't know how to explain it. It's just who I am. This is how we are raised, to fight forever, to never give up, to never quit. Because I'm not a wealthy man, and I could have been a middle-class citizen back in the old days, before the war. But people decided to instigate war, and they took everything away from me. We talked about this earlier. They took my childhood, my youth, my best years, my 20s were taken away. They took my health. Because of the bombing, I lost my eyesight, so I wear glasses. I lost my right arm. I cannot use it entirely because it was broken and it wasn't fixed. And people can take everything away from you, Jonathan, even your life. Even your life. There are people who are that powerful, but they can never take away your honor, your integrity. So keep that in mind. When you feel that you're falling down, when you feel that you're faltering, think about the people who would be happy if you fail. Don't give them that satisfaction. Think about yourself. Try to persevere, try to fight. It's not about winning or losing. We are not sent here to this world to win or to lose. We are sent here to be tested. God tests you. And God doesn't care if you win or lose in this life. God didn't He didn't create planes, yachts, money, fame, whatever. God simply said, look, I'm going to send you down there. If you do your thing well, you go back to heaven. If you not, you go to hell. And that's all this life is, a huge test. And you just need to play. You just need to play, and you need to fight. That's how we were taught when we were children. And that's how I keep my faith, my focus. I mean, I don't have money, I don't have opportunity to improve in chess. But this way, I saw Twitch as a window towards the world. So maybe somebody can help me this way by if I stream, if I explain my thought process, if I stream my games, maybe somebody can jump in and say, look, this is what you do wrong. Maybe somebody will comment on my game. So never lose focus. Never allow people to rob you of your dreams. I've been through that in my youth. It hurts. It hurts so much. But now I have a chance, and believe me, I'm not a FIDE master. I'm not. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? But I still I have a chance. I have a glimmer of hope, and that gives me strength. I mean, to some people, I'm just a small streamer who doesn't even have 50 followers. He's not affiliate. He's not partner. Whatever. He's not famous. It doesn't matter. But having people come to the stream, having people supporting me, gives me strength, gives me hope. And even if it fails, I said this in the earlier streams, even if nothing happens out of this, I will not regret, I will not lament, because I will sleep tight at night, sleep calmly, because I will know that I gave my best to help myself. And I know that I helped some people by commenting on their games, by playing with them. So I guess that counts as well. That's how I keep my focus. And I know I'll be there. I know I'll make it, because when you look at the analysis, I played so many times the top computer move. And I explained on the stream why I played that move. I didn't cheat. I didn't simply, I don't know, looked randomly play the move. I explained in detail why I played it. So when you see all this, how can you give up? How can you give up when you are nearly there? Yes, you have weaknesses, you have problems, but you have to fight. There was an anecdote that a chess player once said, very famous, I forgot who, and it goes like this. He defended whole game. It was Misha Tal that said it. Yeah, Michael Tal. He defended whole game, and he was nearly losing. At some point in the game, his opponent got tired and made a blunder. And at that point, he offered a draw. He was still slightly better, but not winning. He was just better. And Tal refused. And people were shocked. After the game, I think he won afterwards. And they asked him, Misha, why didn't you accept the draw? You were defending whole game. You were about to lose. You even after that blunder, you stood worse. Why did you refuse the draw? And he said something that really opened my eyes. He said, entire game, I was losing, I was suffering, I suffered the punches, I suffered the torment. Finally, for the first time, I had a chance to do something to win the game. I had a chance for me to strike back. Why should I stop then? Does it make any sense? For the first time in the game, you have a chance to win the game, and you give up, you end it, you take a draw. No, I'm gonna fight and I'm gonna try. Because I was trying the whole time, and I was losing the whole time, and I was lost already. I already scratched that game out. I mentally accepted that I'm gonna lose. Now I have a chance to win. Even if I lose, it doesn't matter. I gave my best. I used the chance to fight for a win. And take that, Jonathan, as a lesson. I did, certainly. For my entire life, I had bad luck. War, financial difficulties, you name it. Losing my eyesight, losing my arm, whatever. This time, I have found a good job. I'm nearly there. Why should I quit now? Why should I quit now? I'm tired. I am. It's 2 a.m. here. But I still have some strength left, and I will I will fight, I will try, and I know that I'll make it there. I know because if you hold the line long enough, luck, Lady Luck smiles upon you. Think about Kasparov. He said it himself. He wasn't the best player, he wasn't the most talented player in the Soviet Union, but he had the will to win. And he called that a talent. He called that quality a talent. And he said that it was the most important trait of a world champion, the ability to not give up. Not to win, not to dodge defeat. The most important ability that he said was important to have as a world champion is to not give up. So when life hits you, don't give up. That's my advice. Don't try to win. Don't try to win because it wouldn't be a problem if you could solve it. Don't try to win. Just try to stay alive. And you would be amazed how many times life will cut you some slack and throw you a chance, an opportunity. You can't, we are talking about real problems. Now, I'm not talking about, hey, I was too lazy to study and now I'm gonna, stop being lazy and, pass the exam. We're talking about things that are beyond your control, things that just hit you like a brick, like a truck, and you just can't solve it on your own and things look hopeless. Don't give up. Just try to stay alive and don't go into depression. Don't close yourself off. Another important lesson from my experience, talk to people. Talk to people because you cannot fight on your own. That problem is bigger than you. It presses you hard and you cannot fix it on your own and it's not going to go away and you won't get lucky and some fairy will descend from the sky and blow it away. No, it will be there, it will fight you, it will push you, it will break you, try to break you. So talk to the people and don't be afraid to ask for help. And that way, I'm telling you, I didn't know what to do and I went to my first interview for the job. I already lost hope. I was struggling for 2 years to find a job. And all of a sudden, I somehow had luck. A friend of mine gave me a link for interview questions that I usually asked for beginners, and I prepared myself briefly, and I got the job. Who would have known? And since then, thank God, things started to become better. But I wouldn't have managed it if I didn't have the will to fight, if I didn't just kept trying and if I didn't talk to people. Because that guy was on the interview, he was a senior software developer applying for some other position and they put us all in one room to wait. And in the waiting room we talked a little and he gave me that tip that saved the day. So that's my advice to everybody. I'm sorry for making this like a rant or something, but just stay alive. Don't try to win. You cannot win something that is bigger than you. But just stay alive and talk to people. Somebody will help you if you hold the line long enough. Because people don't... you need to, don't fuck pride. Pride will not help you. My father made that mistake. My father is a very competent man. He has hands of gold. He's a carpenter. And he was one of the best in the country. He really was. But he didn't want to ask help. He is very proud. And, that's the problem when you're proud. You want to do everything on your own. But when war broke off, he needed to close his company. Because instead of trying to work with people, to unite, to find opportunities, he wanted to do everything on his own. He didn't want to depend on everybody. He didn't want to thank, everybody, to say, hey, thank you for everything, to thank all the time. He wanted to make it on its own. And life hit him really hard. really, really hard. His parents died. We live on the other side of the country, so going back down, I mean, it takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of time, because back then the infrastructure of the roads was not good. And, he had his pride. He could look everybody in the eyes, but that's all he had. That's all he had. We slowly deteriorated. Financially, we couldn't finish the house that we started. We barely paid our bills. And to make a comparison, a cousin of ours is somebody who is known to have no spine at all, no integrity, no nothing. So let's make a comparison with that guy. That guy entered into politics. He did the small, dirty works for the political parties. He would stick flyers to the walls. I don't know, clean. His children would clean houses of the big politicians, famous politicians and so on. He would be a communist, then he would be a Democrat, he would be a, Republican, he would be anything. He had no pride. And he would always ask for advice. I will never forget it. People like that always use this type of sentence. Hey, can you help me out a little? To you, it will be only a couple of minutes. It's a tiny job. I hate when I hear that. I get a heart attack. My blood starts boiling when somebody tells me, hey, can you help me out? It's just a 5-minute work. It's nothing to you. Just do it. Well, if it's a small job, if it's nothing, then you can do it. Why are you... Yes, life demolishes the proud, Jonathan. That's true. So, but that guy talked to people, went from political party to political party, and this guy now has his own mansion. His own mansion, my friend. He has zero integrity. Nobody likes him. He insulted everybody. When he turns his back, everybody say, this guy is a piece of trash. But he has his own mansion. His children have a car, have their own house, can afford to travel, somewhere to go to the sea. For example, Acapulco, Halkidiki, whatever. And he asked people for help. He never had this embarrassment, this pride, like, hey, I'm not gonna ask, I don't want to look weak, incompetent. No, he never gave a fuck. He would just go and, hey, please help me out. Yeah. And because he stayed alive, he was also poor. But he stayed alive, he asked for help, and some guy in the construction industry said, look, I like you, you're a good guy, and he helped him. He taught him a lot. And showed him how to start a company of his own. And now he has his own Jeep, his own mansion. He is living a good life. And look at me. I can't finish my own house for 20, 30 years. Only now we have started moving forward, because now I have money to spare, and I fight. So when you lose focus, when life presses you hard, remember that it's not about winning the game, it's about staying alive and seeking opportunities. Talk to people, they will tell you what to do. Another lesson that helped me is a lesson that some famous person said, I forgot who. Never go to the person that knows how to do something that you need. Go to the person that did what you want to do, and ask that person for advice. There are many experts, many pundits who know everything, but there are not many people who actually did it. And you need to go to those people, because they are the only ones who can tell you, hey, this is how you can do something that you want, that you need. And when I started listening to people who did what I wanted to do, I started moving forward. So there are a lot of people who know how to finish college, but they never do it. Then they go to college, they fail. But there are people who finish college. They did it. And there was a difference when I talked to them. I was like, hey, I had to drop out. I want to come back. They had completely different outlook and completely different game plan for me than those who knew everything but never did anything in life. So yeah, I'm starting to repeat myself a lot. Just stay alive. Do not lament. Do not cry. Every time you wake up, just make it your goal to stay alive and to make some progress. If you cannot make progress, just don't go downward. Don't go back. Just keep it, like in chess, keep it equal or better for you. Just don't go into worse position. So that's what you do. And if you want something, go to the guy who did it. Go to the guy who did it. Don't ever listen to people who know how to do it. Go to the guy or a girl, to the person who did it, and ask them for help. And it made wonders for my life. It made wonders. We can talk about chess too. I mean, if you want to be a grandmaster or a master, you need to watch how people, how grandmasters think, what they do. For example, on Chess24, Peter Leko started commentating. For example, if you can afford it, watch his commentary. This guy is incredible. And when I started looking at his commentary and hearing how he thinks, how he analyzes the position, I immediately saw where I went wrong. And after utilizing his advice, I skyrocketed in strength. Before that, I was listening to, I don't know, other commentators, and they would all say the same old things that you can find in books and everywhere. But nobody explained to you how to play, actually, until Leko came and said, look, this knight is out of position, that knight is well positioned, bishop doesn't play, but it is not passive. And then you see how they think, how they choose moves. And believe me, you learn a lot. And that's my advice to you. Just keep your focus. Don't let people rob you of your dreams. Stay alive. If you are not losing, if you are winning. It's logic. If you are not losing, you are winning. How fast, that's a different story, and it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is to win. So just fight. If you want to be a chess player, don't quit. Ask on this stream what you want to know. I can help you, but I cannot help you if I don't know where you are stuck. Show me the game. Ask me the question. Hey, I don't understand this. I don't understand that. You don't have to talk to me. There are plenty of other streamers who might be able to help, who are willing to share knowledge. It's 21st century. You can. There is so much information available. You can really achieve a lot. You just need to find the right person to explain to you the things, right material. So there is no reason to give up. For example, when I was young, in the 1990s, we didn't have internet. We didn't have internet. So imagine trying to learn chess on your own, with your own brain. Horrible. Horrible. And since it was communist regime, you couldn't hire a trainer because they were all available to the party members' sons and daughters. That's communism for you. If you're not a member of the party, if you're not highly ranked in the party, you're nobody, you're just a cattle. Your job is to, do manual labor, to dig and, clean and do that dirty jobs. Why do you need, do you want to play chess? Get the fuck out of here and clean me some house, or something like that. That was their motto back in the old days. Now look at now. Why would you quit? Now you have so much resources at your disposal. I'm here, I wanna help. You have Levi Rosman streaming, trying to teach chess. Uh, Hikaru comments on his own games. Yeah, then who else? You have Hanging Pawns, Agad Mator, what was his name? They commentate on Grandmaster games. They try, they don't offer real knowledge, real something that will help you. Yeah, I think I am, because I know how it's like to suffer. I know how it's like to suffer. And I promised myself I'll never be one of those people who will just pass a person and yet you can help. And it's hard to help people. It's hard to really help people, to really solve their problem. But if I get the chance to do so, I'll always do it, because I remember how it felt when I was helpless. It's not a place where you want to be. We all know that. And I remember people who could have helped, and it was really nothing for them. Really nothing for them. They just looked at me and they were like, yeah, fuck you. I'm not gonna help you. Because I don't care. You're nobody. You deserve to be nobody. You deserve to be, whatever their logic is. And they would just go. Just walk away, and many of them even actively hindered your development. So many times I could have gotten the job, but the guy just said, you know what, we are going to go with the other candidate. Why? Well, because. Okay, fine. But you don't quit. You just don't waste time, okay? It's up to you. You are the one who is crazy for some reason. I'm not going to allow you to disturb me, to hinder my emotions. Okay. You just decided to ruin my life. I move forward. I'm going to find an opportunity. And that's how I roll now. When I was young, it would devastate me. It would devastate me. But it shaped me. It shaped my soul to not be materialist in that regard, to help people, to not be lazy to help someone, to genuinely try to help someone, because I emphasize with people's torment. It's not a good place to be. It's not something I wish even to my worst enemy. It's okay. But so many streamers that you see now, they just quote advices. I mean, you don't get much from their stream because they never tell you how to do it. Like, I mean, I look at Nakamura's comments. This is bad, this is good, he's just underdeveloped. Okay, fine. You're the grandmaster, top grandmaster. You have like 25 years of experience. Good for you. Thank you for understanding it and sharing it with us. But how will I understand it? And there are people who ask him that question on chat, and he just brushed them off, ignored them, because he doesn't want to share knowledge. Not really. They don't want to. They're in it for the views. They're in it for the money. You can see it by them restricting their past broadcasts only to users who are subscribed. I mean, what kind of idiotic concept is this? Subscriber only. I mean, what if I'm working? What if I'm busy? I want to look at your stream. What? I'm not worthy enough because I'm not a subscriber? Horrible. Horrible approach. I never liked it. And I look at these top streamers like Anna Chess, that Kramling girl. Everybody have this same approach. Like, if you're not a subscriber, fuck you. What about people who followed you? What about those people who were with you from the start when you're nobody? Don't they deserve to be treated well? No. If they don't subscribe, they don't get anything. Fuck that approach. It gets me really, really upset when I hear that. When I see something like that, it's just not right. I mean, if you can support me by subscribing, thank you. I will try to reward you in some other way, but I will never have a subscriber-only chat, follower-only chat, I don't know, viewer-only, subscriber-only stream, or I don't know, Discord or whatnot. I want everybody to be equal here and to have a chance to ask a question, to do something they like. If you support me, thank you, and I will help you. You might have a priority compared to others, but I will help everyone. I just, as I have said, I just need to stabilize a little bit more to make this stable, because it's hard to stream when it's early in the morning. I get tired, but okay. I will always educate, I will always pass knowledge and always commentate, because it's karma. If I do something good for the people, people will do something good for me someday, somehow. Somehow that guy or a girl, whatever God is, upstairs will see it and will reward you. Oh, I could have gone that path, Jonathan. I could have. Many people do. Many people I loved went that path and never came back. They are now in prison. Some of them even lost track. We don't even know where they are, because they thought that it is the right path to go, and most of them participated in crime, like small smugglers, or would participate in war as a paramilitary formation, and now I don't see them anymore. Those that I do know that are still alive, they are now in prison. They are mass murderers, they are mercenaries, horrible people. It's easy to hate when you live in these territories. There is so much evil here, so much hatred, so much everything that is wrong. Because that's how our politicians stay at power, by telling you that other guy across the fence wants to kill you. He is the enemy. And if something is wrong, it's always them. Yeah, if only weren't for them, we would be the best in the world. Yeah, bullshit. If you want to be the best, you need to work, you need to invest effort. You cannot hate people just because they're better than you, just because they think differently. You need to challenge their claims. You need to investigate their approach to see if they are right or wrong, so you can learn. That's why Western world improved, because in the West, nobody cares if you are a man or a woman or black or white. I mean, in those companies where I worked for BMW briefly, for the famous BMW. Yeah, we're almost the same, Jonathan. Because I told you, you were slaves too. You had slavery, you had somebody else come to your country, invade it, destroy it, but you persevered. But still, there are a lot of corrupt people back there, just like there are a lot of corrupt people here, because mafia is mafia. And you need to have courage to fight mafia, and nowadays there are not so many people willing to do so. Yeah. Anyways, let us continue to the tips. So opening tips. We need to start from somewhere for our beginner friends. So opening tips. Put all your pieces to the center unless you see direct benefit. If you don't see a direct benefit, go put your pieces towards the center of the board. Center of the board are these squares. You can take these squares into account as well. Second rule, always introduce one piece into the game at a time. Never play with one piece several times in the opening. If you decide to do so, you need to have a concrete benefit. You need to have a concrete result. If you are uncertain, do not do it. Play with another piece. In the opening, always introduce them. Why? Because, for example, look at this army. This army can easily defeat the black queen. Black played too many times with the queen, and yeah, queen is powerful, but she cannot fight the entire army. Chess was not designed to be that way. Another important thing that beginners neglect. Let me see if I can. Okay. Take the center of the board with your pawns. Don't play with your pieces toward the central squares. Don't occupy central squares with pieces. Pieces control central squares, but never stand on them. Why? Because the pawns are the least valuable pieces, and that's why they can threat to exchange themselves for the other piece. Of course, since every other piece is more valuable than the pawn, that piece will be forced to retreat, and that will give your opponent an initiative. That is why this type of pawn center is so desirable, because if opponent plays something like this, you can chase away the knight. You can chase it away. For example, I don't know where to put it, whatever. Just for example, you can chase the knight away because knight is more valuable than the pawn, and chasing the knight away will give you initiative, will give you an extra move. Because knight will have to play twice, and if he plays twice, then this gives you an opportunity to introduce another piece into the game. So you will outnumber opponent's army, for example, something like this. So you strive to have this type of center, but remember that this type of center is expensive. So most likely, in most of the openings, players satisfy themselves for this type of center because it covers enough central squares, it gives you enough outposts for your pieces, and it's safer and cheaper to maintain. Never hold the center of the board with your pieces. That's what hypermodern theory tried to do back in the old days, and they failed. And those hypermodern openings, like Aljechin defense, like Queen's Indian defense, like Reti opening, something that I play a lot. You can see me. These systems, they don't work because black, the opponent simply has a tremendous position in the center due to his pawns. Deal. Okay, Jonathan. And then they simply put pawns in the center, and they cannot be pushed back. That's why you cannot control the center with the pieces only. Eventually, you will have to use pawns. So that's another beginner tip that you can use. I'm waiting. We can talk about it. Aljechin plays knight f6 because black has a hyper-modern idea of controlling the center with the pieces. So knight goes to d5. So black says something like this: I will give you the pawn center. I will give you the pawns in the center. And yes, modern theory back in those days said that white was better. But I have another plan. I'm gonna force your pawns to come to my side of the board. Knight goes here, and when you play something like this, I'm gonna attack your center because it is actually on my territory. This is my part of the board, and your pawns are far away. So I will gain in a lot of time to attack them because all I have to do is make one move with the pawn, and already I will have pressure, something like this. And I can put pressure on your pawns. Now this pawn is indirectly under attack by the bishop, and white center would be under pressure. That's what Aljechin defense was designed to do. But what did white do that destroyed Aljechin on the top level? White player said, look, this is what I'm going to play. C4, pardon. C4, and I'm going to put your knight on this square where it is misplaced. It just doesn't do much. It is hindered by C4, and I'm going to play D4, and when you play this to attack, this is theory now. This is theory. When you try to attack me, hoping for something like this, I'm not going to be dumb. I'm not going to allow you to attack center with the pieces. I'm going to exchange. And now I have more space than you. And I'm going to play this move, and now this bishop is weak because it cannot go to f5, and it cannot go to g4 because queen controls g4 and bishop controls f5. And this slight detail destroyed Aljechin defense because Aljechin, now black is pushed back for the entirety of the game, has no direct counterplay, and with best computer play, white has a stable advantage. So I tried to play Aljechin this line precisely, and I couldn't make it work with the computer. I'm simply pushed back so many times that I cannot make it work. And that's why black played, give me a second, knight f6, because he hoped for something, give me a second, like this. c4, d4, f4, takes. Now he cannot take like this because the queens drop, and this square is weak, so knight will come there, and after bishop f5, this diagonal is weak, so knight will and after e6 you have also this diagonal creaking because your pawns are overextended. So there are many weak squares. That's what black was hoping for to play. And because he cannot take on e5, pardon, let me just set up the position. Because he couldn't take on e5 like this, he took on d5, on e5 like that. And now we play with the pieces. I'm attacking twice the pawn, and if you move the pawn, look how your center collapses. Now I grab the pawn for free. And that was the defense, the idea of Aljechin defense, to put pressure on white center with pieces. That was the hyper-modern approach. But now you have bishop e3 as the strongest, bishop f5, knight c3, e6. I think that knight f3 was played here. I'm not that certain. Bishop e7. And at some point, white plays d5, pushing back these pieces, something like this. Knight d4, defending c2 and hitting back at this bishop. And this was really hard for black to defend. You are literally living on the edge. You're this close to lose, this close to lose the game. And the problem is that you don't have space, you don't have enough pieces. You don't have enough pawns in the center of the board to create, to secure the outposts for your pieces. So when you play in the opening, always claim the center of the board, these squares, with pawns. Fight for the center with pawns. And support these pawns, for example, this square, with your pieces. This knight supports e4, this knight will support d4 push, bishop will support also something like this. So remember this tip. So again, opening tricks and tips for the beginner players. One piece at a time, introduce always one piece at a time. Don't play with the queen too early. Don't play with the queen too early because opponent will attack her with lesser valuable pieces and gain time to develop his pieces while you will be stuck retreating the queen forever. And eventually she will be outnumbered and we won't be able to fight so many opposing pieces. Direct your pieces towards the center of the board because they are attacking more squares that way, they are stronger, they create more threats for the opponent and they can reach any side of the board in equal amount of time. Let's see, what else can we say for the opening? Well, not much. Don't grab material, because each time you capture something, there was this opening, if I, no, pardon, e4, e5, d4, d4. Each time you capture a piece in the opening, you waste time. And the point is that now white has two pieces and open files. Yeah, Mozilla. What can you say? Don't blame them too much. Oracle bought them and Google bought them and now they are destroying them silently. Now with these two pieces, white has tremendous attack. And black needs to return the material. This was the line that was played back in the old days, I think, something like this. Something like this. Yeah. If not, if white doesn't do, if black remains stubborn, then I forgot, there are plenty of ways to win this. I mean, e5, for example, just saying, and you will get into trouble because, for example, f7 hangs, but not. I'm just saying, I will find illustrative games some other time. What else can we say about opening play? Well, that's pretty much it. Do not grab pawns in the opening unless you see clearly that you can get away with it, because you will lose time and the opponent will get compensation via active pieces and having more army introduced into the game. One piece at a time, control the center of the board with pawns, keep your pieces centralized. And I don't know if there is anything else for the opening. Let me see. Give me a second, I'll try to see. I have some other old book here. Let's see. On which page was that? I know it was here. No. Yeah, this was it. 97. 97. Yeah, this is it. Okay. Yes, Lasker rule. Lasker rule. You develop the knights first, then bishops, then you castle, and only then you start to play the game. Lasker rule. Of course, always castle with your king. And okay, let's see. Actually, I can make a stream about this. I certainly will. I just need to find the games that illustrate. I cannot do this like this on the fly. But okay, we can end the stream now because it's 3 a.m. and I need to get up early tomorrow, so I really need to go to sleep. That's it from me for now. Thank you all for joining. See you tomorrow at the same time. Thank you, Beanman, one more time for the raid. God bless you. Again, to all of you, you can check them all. They are small streamers, but they are listed on my Gens Una Sumus panel on the About page. Give them a go. You might like what you see. Who knows, maybe you'll subscribe to them or follow them. If not, well, it's just 2 minutes of your time. It's not a big deal. Thank you all. Thank you, Major Casper. Thank you, DVA Mechanics. Thank you, Chop to Chop. Thank you, Oki Chess. Thank you, Joshua Ishii, Chico Bonito, Beanman. Thank you all for supporting me, for the shoutouts, for the raid. Thank you for everything. Also, I would like to thank everybody who follow me, everybody who joined the stream. Jonathan, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being with me all the time. It means a lot to me. Everyone, if you need help, if you think I can help, coaching, I will not charge you anything. If you think that I can help you, ask me. I don't bite. So anything you think that I can help, shoot. I'll help. We can analyze, we can play games, I can give you free lessons. It doesn't have to be online, we don't have to stream it. If you don't like to be exposed, we can do it one-on-one via Skype or some other platform. So that's it from me. Thank you all one more time, and goodbye. Good night. Bye.